Good morning, everybody. We are tracking some storms here moving into South Carolina right now. I am heading to my target area right now, which is currently the I-95 corridor. So once I get out to that area, we're going to reevaluate and kind of see where we want to chase, see what storms are looking good. Right now, I'm watching a line of storms here near McCormick and Edgefield right now. They did have a special weather statement on them a little short time ago, but as of right now, nothing as of right now. So we're gonna keep an eye on things here and see how things materialize here later on in the day. We do have a tornado watch for areas like Barnwell and Allendale right now, almost into Walterboro as well, down into Beaufort or near Beaufort, and Savannah is included in that. Statesboro, Georgia, all of those areas are included in that tornado watch. So as of right now, nothing tornado watch wise where I'm at here currently in Lake City. I'm heading over towards Sumter and the I-95 corridor there, get in position to kind of look and see what these storms are looking like. And we'll go from there. But I'm going to track these all the way back to the beach here this afternoon. So stay with me and enjoy the stream. We're going to be driving all over the place here this afternoon, heading back towards the beach here this afternoon. So stick with me. I'm going to head out on the highway here, heading on the way out to Sumter here to reevaluate the current situation, see what these storms look like. So stick with me. Thanks for joining me. So right now, if you're just joining me, we are scouting a target area here for today. Right now, I'm heading to the 95 corridor. I am currently in Lake City, South Carolina, heading towards Sumter right now. Going to get to that I-95 corridor, kind of reevaluate what we're looking at as far as storms. And I am watching one line of storms here right now that's going through Edgefield, McCormick area right now. Nothing severe warned or anything like that, but there is a tornado watch in effect for places like Barnwell, Allendale, those areas almost into Orangeburg for the tornado watch as well. So we're going to keep an eye on things here as we're heading down the road on our mission here to Sumter right now. Once I get there, we'll kind of reevaluate what's going on and which direction we want to head. But we're going to follow these storms all the way to the beach so everybody knows what's going on as these storms are heading towards the Grand Strand. Thank you, everybody, for joining me. It's been a long ride out here without anybody to talk to, so now I feel like I can actually talk to somebody. Got gusty winds out ahead of this line, actually forcing more moisture and warm air into this line as it approaches. So I'm curious to see how the heating of the day here is going to affect this line as it moves and pushes east. But the Storm Prediction Center has us under a slight risk of severe weather today because of that moisture and the heating of the day here. So we're going to see what can occur from that. But right now, this line coming through McCormick and Edgefield's looking like it wants to get its act together, and that's heading right for the Sumter area. So it's right in my target area. So we're going to see what that can produce here. But once I get out towards the Sumter area, I'll reevaluate that storm there and see if there's anything else that we want to hit before we start heading and following these storms back to the beach. But it's coming together, the storm's coming together exactly the way I figured it would. I picked my target area, and that's exactly where the storms are starting to come together here. So we'll see if anything materializes out of it as far as severe weather goes. We do have a very low risk of severe weather. It's not zero, but we're going to keep an eye on it, and you'll be the first to know if you're following the stream. Very gusty winds pushing into this front off the coast. So that's kind of where the Storm Prediction Center is wondering if we can't get enough of those ingredients coming in off of the Atlantic, pushing more moisture in, creating a little bit more instability to produce some of these severe storms. And that's really what they're looking at here today. Nothing high risk, nothing widespread as far as severe goes. But it is something to keep an eye on, as we do have that little bit of risk here today, that slight risk of severe weather, and that includes damaging winds and tornadoes. Hail is our lapse rates are really low, so I don't think we're going to see anything in the form of hail. Maybe if we do embed it into some of those thunderstorms as they work east, but I think our main threat here today is going to be damaging winds out ahead of this line, embedded in some of those thunderstorms as they push east. So we're going to keep a close eye on things. This line of storms that I've been watching here in McCormick and Edgefield that is pushing northeast here towards Sumter is kind of trying to get its act together. It kind of comes together and then it falls apart a little bit more. It gets a little bit stronger and then falls apart again. But I've been watching that for like a good 45, 50 minutes now. As I've been heading out towards this way, but definitely something I'm going to keep an eye on here. It does have a little bit of a bow to it out ahead of it, which indicates some pretty strong winds. Nothing major, but definitely something I'm going to be keeping an eye on. A little while ago, as it was entering, just before it started entering into South Carolina, it did have a special weather statement out on it, but that bulletin has expired. So right now, there's nothing on it as of right now, but we'll keep an eye on that as we head west here to Sumter. I hope everybody's doing good today. Enjoy the sunshine and warm weather here for at least another about 6-7 hours, and then it's going to get a lot cooler for the rest of the week. Out until about Friday, we start warming up into the 70s again, but nothing like we had this weekend. Right now, currently out here near Sumter, it's 84 degrees. So we've got a lot of daytime heating here out ahead of this line of storms. and the ingredients are in place for severe weather. It's a matter of if everything can come together. And that's what we're paying attention to right now. The big if. We'll see once we get out here towards Sumter what that line's looking to do out there by Edgefield and McCormick. That is moving northeast. So pretty decent looking line. Nothing severe. But it does look like it has a little bit of headwind out in front of it here. But as of right now, no severe warnings. There are a couple tornado warnings to mention here. There's a radar indicated tornado warning for Colquitt, Georgia, which expires in 3 minutes, and then Leon, Florida, which is an observed tornado in Leon, Florida. But other than that, we've got some severe thunderstorm warnings, mostly in Florida. There is one Colquitt, Georgia, Tiff, Georgia, Worth, Georgia, but nothing in South Carolina yet as far as the severe thunderstorm warnings go. I hope you guys enjoyed the new look of the stream. We've put a ton of time into building out this stream. Thank you, everybody, for joining us here today. We are tracking potential severe storms here moving towards the Grand Strand this evening. Right now I'm watching a line of storms here coming through Edgefield and McCormick, South Carolina, moving northeast towards the Sumter area. That's where I plan to maybe intercept that storm. Right now there's nothing severe on it, but it does have a little bit of a hook on the front leading edge that it's looking like maybe some pretty gusty winds, but then again, nothing severe at this point. So we're going to keep a close eye on that particular line of storms there as it advances towards our location. I'll be hitting 95 here relatively soon, probably next 10-15 minutes. And then I can kind of depict where I want to go, north or south, or just head back east. I might go north into Florence and then follow these and track these storms into the Grand Strand, Conway area, but not 100% sure yet which way I want to go. Once I get out here to 95, we'll pull over and kind of evaluate what the storms are looking like and get a better idea. It's a great day here. We're testing a lot of things. We're testing the new feed, number one. We're testing our internet connection to see how that works out around here. Make sure we don't have to make any adjustments to anything. So it's a good test day for us, even if we don't get into any severe weather, which is optimal for everybody along the Grand Strand. But I'm going to keep you aware of what's going on out ahead so you have time to prepare for anything coming into the Grand Strand. Thank you, everybody, for joining and tuning in to the live stream today. We're tracking potential severe weather here moving across South Carolina, eventually to the Grand Strand this evening. Right now, currently, just an update here. The Leon, Florida tornado warning is the only one still in existence here. That for another 13 minutes, that was an observed tornado. Severe thunderstorm warnings for Florida, Franklin, Florida, Colquitt, Georgia, Tiff, Georgia. We do have a flash flood warning for Arkansas, but that's due to the storms over the weekend. If you're just now tuning in, we are heading towards the Sumter area, right there at the 95 corridor. Going to reevaluate the radar when we get there, take a peek at what's coming, and anything that looks interesting that we want to chase. Right now, the most interesting thing I'm paying attention to is a line of storms moving towards Columbia right now. Nothing severe, but it did have a special weather bulletin out on it earlier, but that has since expired. So right now, that's pretty much the only interesting thing going on here in South Carolina right now. We do have that tornado watch for Barnwell, Allendale, all the way down into Savannah, and then south from there into Georgia and parts of Florida as well, where they're currently seeing some tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings. Nothing here so far. Other than gusty winds. Gusty winds. Very gusty winds out ahead of this line of storms, this cold front coming through. We are in Turbeville right now. Turbeville, South Carolina, heading towards the Sumter area. We're going to stop just short of Sumter at the 95 corridor, so we can head north or south, depending on what these lines of storms look like here. But thank you for tuning into the stream here today. We are chasing and tracking potential severe weather moving across South Carolina and eventually to the Grand Strand. We're going to follow along the entire way and see if we can get into some severe weather out here. Right now, nothing severe warned. Do have a new tornado warning for Leon, Gadsden, Florida. That'll expire in 22 minutes. That is, I guess, a continuation of the first observed tornado warning. This is again observed as well. So if you have friends and family in Leon or Gadsden, Florida, they need to be in their safe place right now. An observed tornado warning is in effect for those areas. Very steady, gusty winds out along of this boundary. And this is just pushing moisture up into this line of storms out ahead of the cold front. So we'll see if we can get anything to fire off as this line advances east. Right now, currently 83 degrees out here just in front of this line of storms. Wind's really pushing a lot of moisture. It's very humid out. We're going to stop up here at the I-95 corridor here and get our bearings, figure out what these lines look like and where we want to start chasing from there. Nothing right now, nothing severe warned. There is some lightning associated with that line of storms that is moving towards through McCormick, Edgefield, Saluda, Chapin, heading into the Columbia area right now. This line may affect the Florence area not too long from now, about an hour and a half. stop here. We just crossed over 95. We're going to stop here, evaluate what's going on. I'm going to position the car so you guys can see where this line of storms is. This one that I'm watching, it's not too crazy right now as far as where I'm sitting right now, but you can kind of see there off to the right on the screen. You can kind of pick out where that line is right now. It's looking like it's moving northeast. Looks to hit the north side of Columbia. Probably going to head up towards the Florence, Hartsville area. I'm just checking multiple radars here. Looks like they have a new mesoscale discussion down here towards the panhandle of Florida. Right now, 2 tornado warnings currently. Observed tornado in Leon and Gadsden, Florida. If you have friends and family in that area, they need to be in their safe place. That is an observed tornado. As for here in South Carolina, nothing. We got this line of storms moving through Edgefield, Saluda, Chapin, heading northeast towards Columbia, probably the northern portion of Columbia. We'll see that. Right now, I'm just evaluating the radar here and figuring out where exactly we want to target here before we start moving back east towards the beach here as these line of storms start working their way towards our area. That line coming through Edgefield right now looks to hit about the north side of Columbia. The line coming through Chapin is heading towards the Camden area. We're just going to give that a little bit of time. We're just watching the radar here. Currently, you can see in my location right now, there's not a whole lot going on. Nothing on the radar here right now. Nothing showing up on your end, at least. I can see out past Columbia here on my radar. But tracking a line of storms here moving through the Chapin, Saluda, and Edgefield areas, moving towards Columbia northeast. Those particular cells are moving east northeast at 62, 52, and 74 miles per hour. So there's 3 separate cells there working their way. Looks like they'll probably merge here. We've got a discrete cell near Wagoneer moving pretty much northeast at 74. That's probably going to merge with this line here near Columbia is where I imagine we'll see that merger happen. But I'm just going to watch the radar here, scout a little bit, figure out what direction I want to go, and which is probably going to be north on 95 towards Florence, and then cut back 501 probably towards the beach. That's probably what we'll do. Create a circle here and have an escape route in case things get crazy, which I don't foresee. Today's threat is not a major risk here today. It is a slight risk of severe weather. The Storm Prediction Center has upgraded that this morning as of 9 o'clock. We don't expect a widespread severe event, but some of these storms embedded in this line could be severe. The major threats here are going to be damaging winds. You can't roll out a tornado or two. The threat is extremely low, but not zero. So have ways to receive alerts and warnings and keep yourself safe. If you're following the stream, you'll be the first to know about any warnings that are issued as we are driving here and checking out conditions across the state. But I will be the first one to tell you. So keep the stream going here today and stay aware of what's going on. I want to reposition so you guys can see a little bit better what that sky looks like over that way. Right now, we're just hurry up and wait kind of thing. We're just trying to see if this line is going to come together, and which way we want to go to track that down. So we're just watching that line coming through Saluda, Edgefield, and Chapin, moving northeast. There is a small cell that is coming northeast out of through Wagoneer right now towards Columbia. We're going to keep an eye and see that. I believe you're going to see a merger there of that cell with this line. But it is a little discrete cell that wanted to form out ahead. I'm going to take a quick break here, use the restroom before we start chasing some more. But I have the feed up here. We're right now just currently scouting our target area. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for joining me. I had to stop and use the little boy's room. It's been a long drive out here. We are just shy of Sumter here at the I-95 corridor, trying to figure out what this line of storms here that just came through McCormick and Saluda and Chapin wants to do. About to move into the northeast or the northwest side of Columbia. Nothing severe warned at this point, but trying to figure out which direction we want to head here. Probably thinking I'm going to jump on 95 here and head a little bit north from where I'm at up towards the Bishopville, Florence area. But I want to look at models here really fast, kind of see what that's looking like. This line has really slowed down drastically here this afternoon. Looking to get into the Grand Strand sometime around 8. We could start seeing some storms develop there. Several special weather statements up there in North Carolina for the Durham, Chapel Hill, Raleigh areas, Asheboro, down in even towards Concord. Little line of storms there. So far right now here in South Carolina, not much of anything. Very calm. You can see where I'm at. Very calm. Not a whole lot going on. Just checking in on social media here. Brand new update though. Carolina forest wildfires now 90% contained. That's per the South Carolina Forestry Commission. Just saw that. Either way, if we don't see severe weather here today, we will definitely benefit from the rain that's set to come here. This is a very slow moving line of storms, so going to be active evening this evening, I do believe. Can't say we're going to see severe weather, but that doesn't mean this line of storms here just kind of wants to not hold itself together here. It's now towards Winsboro, Ridgeway, moving towards Camden. So I am probably going to push a little bit north towards the Florence area. Figure out what I want to do. So in some storms here, but nothing wants to materialize. Orangeburg, North Carolina. Little lapse in cell coverage there for the internet just a few minutes ago, but looks like we're back online here now with our dash cam. Thank you everybody for joining here today. We are tracking storms, a line of storms here moving just to my east, or to my west here. I'm heading north in towards Florence right now. A line of storms out near Elgin, Camden, Columbia, just north and west of Columbia. These particular storms look to impact about Laurinburg, Pembroke, North Carolina a little bit later here this afternoon. I'm just kind of paralleling this line right now. But so far, nothing severe warned here in South Carolina. There are a few tornado warnings here in Florida. This is an observed tornado. Thomas, Georgia, Grady, Georgia. There's an observed tornado there. Grady, Georgia, Leon, Florida, Thomas, Georgia. So that line's moving out of Florida into Georgia. If you have friends and family in those areas, they need to be in their safe places. This is an observed tornado that's been ongoing. So this tornado warning just keeps getting extended from Florida into Georgia. So we need to make sure that your friends and family in those areas are in their safe place. As far as severe thunderstorm warnings go, Georgia, Gadsden, Florida, Wakulla, Florida, Franklin, Florida, and Liberty, Florida, all under severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Nothing in South Carolina. I'm running parallel with this line of storms here right now. I'm here on 9 parallel with these storms that are up Columbia. This line, watching that particular line starting to form. That cell is it has formed there over top of Dublin and looking pretty interesting. Definitely gaining strength here, but nothing severe warned on that. Just some very heavy rain at this point. We are continuing to watch that. That will eventually make its way up into the area where I am right now. Well, thank you everybody for tuning in here. We're tracking potential for severe weather here today. Right now, all clear as far as South Carolina goes. We got some showers and storms working through the Columbia area, but nothing severe in South Carolina. We do have that ongoing tornado warning now entering into Georgia out of Grady County, Florida, or Leon County, Florida. That is an observed tornado. Those people need to be in their safe place. Bit of lightning associated with that storm down there in Dublin. Not a lot, but a little bit of lightning. That is to my south, heading towards Orangeburg. Very slow moving system here today. Again, I'm on 95 heading north towards Florence right now. Current conditions here, 80, so we're starting to see some storms kind of fire up just a little bit out in front of the cold front boundary, but nothing severe here in South Carolina. Wreaking some havoc down there in Georgia and Florida with a couple observed tornadoes here today already. South Carolina seems to have a shield for severe weather this time of year, all thanks to the wonderful Atlantic Ocean, especially along the Grand Strand. That cold water seems to keep our atmosphere pretty stable, so it's really hard to get a lot of these powerful storms cooking this time of year with the cool waters. But today is almost like a summer day. Conditions are favorable for severe weather, but the risk is low. It is not zero, but it is low. sometimes you just got to get out and chase them, because if you're not there, you're going to miss it. Looking over towards the Columbia area, though, that line does look like it's trying to build. But of course, the trees are always in the way, so you can't see. Got a little bit of a clearing here now. I can finally see I'm paralleling this line of storms. It's moving through the Columbia area right now, just north of Columbia. Just watching the sky on that one. That one there is going to affect places like Laurinburg, maybe the west side of Lumberton, Fayetteville, North Carolina area. Any of our storms along the Grand Strand are going to come through that Statesville, Moncks Corner area later on this afternoon. But I wanted to get a head start here and get out here to the Florence area and just take a look, try and keep people aware of what's coming. Right now, it's beautiful out here. It's 84 degrees, sunny, partly cloudy. Overall, not a bad day in Florence. I am watching a line of storms here that's forming just south of Orangeburg, getting ready to move into South Carolina. Pretty heavy rain associated with that one. Again, not a single severe thunderstorm warning, not a single special weather statement or anything out on any of these storms here in South Carolina right now. All rain. Maybe a little bit of embedded lightning here and there. decent line of storms coming through Helena, Georgia right now, near Vidalia, moving northeast towards Statesboro. That's probably going to be the line of storms that will affect the Grand Strand later on today. Pretty decent little line. Nothing severe warned on that, but it's right on the edge of that mesoscale discussion that they have going on for maybe an increased tornado watch for later down there in Georgia. But currently under a tornado watch all the way up to the Barnwell, Allendale, Walterboro, Beaufort was included in that. Right now, I'm just paralleling this line of storms here just west of Columbia. I'm heading towards Florence. I do see pretty decent sky over that way, but nothing severe warned on that. Just some heavy rain. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in here. Pretty uneventful here right now. We're just watching these storms as they're pushing northeast through the Columbia area. I am watching down in Georgia right now. There are several storms moving north towards Statesboro, Georgia. Currently, we're watching those will most likely be the ones that are going to affect the Grand Strand. There's some showers and storms, nothing severe warned, so looking overall pretty decent. These lines of storms right now moving through Kershaw, Camden, heading towards one of the cells here, heading towards the Sherraw area, Bennettville. I think you're going to be more west of Bennettville, but definitely Sherraw. Still trying to target particular storms here that look good. But I thank you guys for tuning in. This is the most boring part of storm chasing, when there's really nothing going on. But my whole point here of what I'm doing is to try and keep you guys informed of what's coming ahead. So, just being out here, I like to come out and look at the storms. I bring you guys along so you can see that. But ultimately, I want you to know and be aware of what's coming later on in the day for the Grand Strand. These particular cells that I'm following here out near Florence are not going to affect the Grand Strand whatsoever. They're going to be moving up into areas like Laurinburg, Fayetteville, North Carolina, those areas. But for here, along the Grand Strand, I am watching storms down in Georgia that will eventually, if they hold together, affect the Grand Strand area later today. I'd imagine if you're in Kershaw, South Carolina right now, or just west of Camden, you're getting some pretty serious heavy rain right now. As these storms continue to develop here, they're getting larger by the minute here. Really starting to come together. And this is that same line that I was following on my way out towards Sumter. But this line's moving so slow to the east. The cells themselves are moving pretty fast to the northeast, but the actual line is moving pretty slow. Thank you for tuning in. If you like what we're doing and what I'm doing here, please feel free to share out the stream. Any support that we can get is wonderful. Right now, I'm just paralleling these cells that are moving northeast towards the Sherraw area currently right now. Don't you love it when people try to speed up just to get past you and then cut you off? That line of storms moving towards Cheryl's really starting to come together. There's nothing severe on it. It's just some very heavy rain. A little bit of lightning towards the southwest corner of that system. But definitely growing and coming together. Looking like it's going to be a pretty decent storm working into North Carolina here later on. Definitely coming together. It's a lot bigger of a cell than it was, maybe an hour ago. Looks to affect the Sherrill area around 1:30. So if you're in Sherrill, you can expect to have some pretty heavy rain here knocking on your doorstep in about a half hour. Tornado warnings in Georgia have been allowed to expire. The only thing left is a severe thunderstorm warning in Wakulla, Franklin, and Liberty, Florida. Curious to see what the reports are out of Florida and Georgia there on that tornado. There's been several observed tornadoes today in Georgia and several other radar indicated tornado warnings. Bennettville, Sherrill, Chesterfield, all in that line for that heavy rain here, probably in the next half hour or so. See if I have enough time maybe to intercept that storm in Bennettville. Right now coming through Camden. and Kershaw. Camden and Kershaw right now have very heavy rains. Probably some decent winds there in certain portions of that storm, but nothing severe. Nothing severe warned right now. There's actually no severe thunderstorm warnings anywhere right now. Not even in Florida anymore. That has expired. I am going to try and get ahead of this line of storms that's coming towards the Bennettville area within the next half hour or so. Sherrall. I'm almost in Dillon, so I'm hoping maybe I can cut across and at least get a good view of this line of storms, if nothing else. Try to be back to Carolina Forest hopefully around 4 o'clock. Between 4 and 8 p.m. is when we're going to start seeing things kind of ramp up a little bit here towards the Grand Strand. But I wanted to get out ahead here and just see how conditions were out ahead of this. We're going to come up here and make a U-turn and head back towards Bennettville. Don't know that we'll have enough time, but these lines are heading right in between Bennettville and Sherrall, northeast. Might be able to cut them off. pretty good here on time. Right now, trying to cut off a line of storms that's moving in towards the Bennettville area. Has been trying to come together here over the past about half an hour, 45 minutes. Nothing severe warned or anything, but coming through Camden. Just want to go take a look at them. Again, nothing severe warned on this line that's coming towards Bennettville. Looks like some very heavy rain. I'm going to try and get up there close enough so we can take a look at what's going on in the Bennettville area for those of you who follow from Bennettville. And then we will turn around and start heading back towards the beach. I want to be back in the Carolina Forest area around 4 p.m. It's the time frame here today. And then we'll probably continue our radar stream from there. Get out ahead here, chase some of these cells that are moving up into the North Carolina area. This particular cell that we're following right now towards Bennettville is moving northeast towards the Laurinburg area, Fayetteville, North Carolina. It has come together over the past 45 minutes to an hour or so. Really started to develop. It's got some lightning in it now. Now passing through Jefferson, heading towards McBee. Camden's on the bottom edge of it. Going to be between Sherrill and Bennettville, roughly around 1:51. We have about a half hour, a little over a half hour. Right now, no severe warnings anywhere. Earlier, we were watching those observed tornadoes there, that observed tornado warning in Florida and Georgia. Right now, nothing. Not even a severe thunderstorm warning anywhere, including Georgia, Florida, and South Carolina, North Carolina. I am heading towards Bennettville right now. I'm going to try and catch up with a cell that has been getting its act together here over the last hour, moving northeast towards Sherrill, Bennettville. Looks to be right in between Sherrill and Bennettville, like 150. So if you're in the Bennettville, Sherrill area, prepare yourselves for some heavy rain here pretty soon. A little bit of lightning associated with it here recently. A couple bolts in there. we're keeping an eye on it. Looking to try and intercept a line of storms. Looks to be pretty heavy rain here moving towards the Bennettville area. Between Bennettville and Strand. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Pretty uneventful chase here, but that's okay. They're not always going to be perfect, but if you're not out chasing, you'll miss it. Pretty decent little line of showers and storms moving northeast towards Bennettville, Strand. At the current moment, Strand and Bennettville, if you're in those areas, you're going to be seeing some heavy rain here coming relatively soon. I think some of these lights and things up ahead here might slow us down just a little bit moving into Bennettville. But we're going to do the best we can to get close to that line of storms that's currently moving through. Just past through Jefferson. McBee right now, starting to see some of those effects of the heavy rains. Bethune is in there right now. And this storm system's just off to my left. Moving northeast right now. It's forming a pretty good little line here that looks to have some winds associated with it out in front here. Pretty decent little line. Getting ready, Hartsville is going to be getting some of these effects as well. This has formed a pretty decent line. Nothing severe, like I said, nothing severe at this moment, but definitely packing some very heavy rains. So Hartsville area, Society Hill, Bennettville, Cheraw, even Laurinburg, North Carolina. We don't have any severe thunderstorms to chase, ladies and gentlemen, but we are chasing some heavy rain. I'm going to see what kind of winds associated with this storm as well. It's got a pretty good bow to it on radar, just down the entire line. It's really starting to form a nice bow. We might see some decent clouds to get some pictures of here. May even develop a shelf cloud here out in front. Winds are starting to shift here. Ever so slightly, we get a gust every now and then out ahead of this line of storms here. Mostly the winds are coming out of the south right now, up along that boundary. But every now and then I do feel, and watching some flags flapping in the breeze, you do see that shift out ahead of the cell moving in. So this line of storms is right now affecting McBee, Ruby, heading towards Cheraw and Bennettsville, Hartsville, Society Hill, Blenheim. All of you are in that right now. So you can expect some heavy rain here not too long from now. Right now, no severe thunderstorm warnings, just some very heavy rain, probably some pretty gusty winds out ahead on the leading edge of this storm. Towards Bennettville, and just about in Bennettville, this line of storms looks to impact Sherrall, Bennettville, Blenheim, Society Hill, Hartsville. Expect some pretty heavy rain out of this. There is a little bit of lightning associated with it as well. At this point, nothing severe warned, but we are looking to coming into Bennettville. This line did develop quite a nice bow out in front of it, indicating some pretty decent winds. Obviously, not enough wind to be associated with severe thunderstorms, but does not mean that this cell does not have a damaging wind gust or two along with it. So we're going to keep an eye on this one here for the folks in Bennettville and Sherrall. Sherrall, you're going to see an impact of the storm relatively soon here, probably in the next 15 minutes. Bennettville, probably 25, 30 or so. You guys can start seeing that showing up on radar there. Really starting to come together. This line of storms has really gotten its act together. There's quite a bit more lightning now than there was before. Starting to get that good bowing out along the front leading edge, indicating some pretty good wind gusts there. Still nothing severe. If it keeps going the way it's going, I do anticipate probably seeing a severe thunderstorm warning on this. Just trying to get out ahead here, get to the north side of Bennettville, between Bennettville and Sherrall. It's looking impressive on the radar, though. line right now is off to my left. You're looking up towards Sherrall right now, which is the northwest edge of the particular line itself. And we're coming up to the north side of Bennettville right now. Trying to get in position here. There's a very nice inflow notch down south of Hartsville there. I'm on the wrong radar to try and pick up some rotation on that. Down near Bishopville. I'm going to sit here and check out this storm here working towards Bennettsville. We're in pretty good position here. Sherrall's just about in the impact here of this storm. We're going to continue to watch this southern portion, the kind of the middle of the storm, looking towards Hartsville right now, is where I'm looking at the current moment. pretty decent little line here working its way in. Thank you, everybody, for joining and tuning in here. We are tracking a line of storms moving into the Bennettville, Cheraw area at the current moment. I'm in position here. Severe warnings. It is impacting the Cheraw area currently right now. We'll be moving into the Bennettville area roughly about 10 more minutes, 15 minutes to the center of town. Hartsville, Society Hill is in it right now. Society Hill is actually going to be in it here relatively soon. What can we expect from this? Very heavy rain and maybe some gusty winds out ahead of the actual system here itself, the actual storm itself. But getting very close here to an intercept. We've been following this storm all the way from the Sumter area. We hopped on 95, went north, and been tracking this, and it's kind of come together here now as it's heading towards the Bennettville. Just heads up if you're in Laurinburg, Hamlet, Wagram, any of those, Rayford, any of those areas, this storm is heading towards your area northeast at about about 83 miles per hour to the northeast. There is another cell just south of Hartsville moving northeast towards Bennettville at 114 miles per hour. So these storms are whizzing. So far, nothing severe warned on this. Nothing. Right now I'm watching a little bit of a lowering out there just ahead of us. There is a little bit of an inflow notch showing up on radar. Kind of disappeared now, but ever so little. The storm's definitely trying to increase in strength for sure. Definitely feel the wind shift now out ahead of it. Can't tell if this is rotating. I'll do a video here. There's definitely a lowering here. Still no warnings on anything here. No severe thunderstorm warnings. You definitely see the rain coming. There's a big rain shaft right out in front of us here. A couple scud clouds. Definitely saw a little bit of a lowering there, and there was an inflow notch right about where that lowering was on the radar just ever so bit ago. That has dissipated on the radar, but still seeing that nice lowering. Overall, a decent storm. This is a very decent storm. And we tracked this all the way. I came up 95 all the way from just outside of Sumter and followed this, tracked this all the way up. And we're here in Bennettville getting ready to intercept some heavy rain and Pretty gusty winds out ahead here. It's relatively calm right now, but in a few minutes, that rain shaft's getting a little bit closer. In a few minutes, we're going to see some pretty heavy rain here. This is definitely turning into be a rotating thunderstorm here. We've got some rotation, maybe not showing up on radar, but I'm seeing it here. It's actually forming its own little wall cloud here. And here comes the rain. Still nothing warned on this. Just some very heavy rain. But definitely beautiful, beautiful clouds here out ahead of this line as it's moving in. It kind of formed its own little, I wouldn't call it a shelf cloud because there's really not a whole lot of rotation with it, but it's definitely creating some lift here. You're seeing almost like its own little wall cloud here out in front. No lightning associated with it. At least that I've seen so far, no lightning. We're about to be in the middle of it here in a second. Another couple minutes. Very heavy winds coming here. And we're in it, ladies and gentlemen. We are in it. Near zero visibility here. Still no severe warning on this at all. There are a little these storms up here. Very heavy. It was a short time ago. The wind is crap. So here. Issue some guidance here. Special weather state. Nothing severe, but definitely a special weather statement issue. I find maybe in the Bennett area is going to be the right inland area. And that's what on the for us. Just with a lot of very heavy rain has fallen here in Bennettville. So I'm going to try and work my way back towards Dillon to get the bottom edge of this line working its way towards there right now. Nothing severe warned, but very close and on the verge of being a severe thunderstorm. This actually could have, if I could measure the wind speeds there, could have been probably a severe thunderstorm. So right now I am inbound towards Dillon at the current moment. And that track has shifted just a little bit. That storm coming out of Hartsville, that cell moving northeast there, probably going to go just west of Dillon. Definitely. These storms are booking it to the northeast. But this is a very strong line of storms here. The Storm Prediction Center has issued bulletins on that. The National Weather Service, special weather statements here on this particular line of storms. And I'm trying to work my way back east here towards the Dillon area. There's storms moving through Hartsville right now that I want to get my eyes on too. So we're going to try and head back east here towards Dillon and 95 corridor. They're coming down on those storms out ahead of us here towards the Dillon area. I might be able to get in the path of it here. This line just continues to form and build upon itself down there, Darlington. More storms are starting to attach to this line. A little bit of lightning associated with it down towards Darlington. Temperature has dropped 20 degrees. It's 66 degrees now, just outside of Bennettville. It was 84 degrees when we entered Bennettville earlier. Thank you for everybody for joining in here. We are tracking a strong line of rain and storms here. We just intercepted the storm in Bennettville just a short time ago, and now we are heading back towards the Dillon area. There is the bottom edge of this line coming through Darlington and Hartsville area. Right now, we're going to try and intercept the bottom edge. That southwest edge of this, or southeast edge of the storm. Not as well defined and crazy as what we just went through in Bennettville, but definitely continuing to grow here. And that actually has associated with it some lightning, whereas that line there in Bennettville had very little lightning associated with it at all. But we're going to continue to follow it here and see what we run into up here. So this storm now is just off to my right and kind of in front of me here. So this is moving very, very fast right now. So not sure if we're going to make it to the Dillon area or anything before that particular storm hits, but we're going to be watching it here. We're riding right on the edge of it. But a very impressive storm there in Bennettville. to get back into the rain here as we head towards the 95 corridor. Very windy here just outside of Dillon. Well, 95. Thank you, everybody, for just now joining. We just intercepted a line of pretty powerful storms here, just kind of on the verge of being severe in the Bennettville area. And I am heading back towards the 95 corridor here, just north of Florence right now. We're kind of getting out of this storm now and working our way back towards Carolina Forest. I'm going to be back by 4, but we just intercepted that storm here. We followed that all morning from Sumter all the way up the highway, and we're able to intercept there in Bennettville. Not a very eventful chase here today, but it was not beneficial. And then it wasn't so boring anymore. But if you don't come out and chase, you miss it. And if I wasn't out today, I would have missed it and been upset. So we were able to capture some good video, some good photos here, and keep the people in Bennettville aware of what was coming. And what happened to be a pretty decent, non-severe, but powerful line of heavy rain and showers moving through that area. So it was definitely a wild ride there for a few minutes. Very gusty winds out ahead of that, as I anticipated when we were watching that on radar. That hook, that bowing of the radar there, you can see. You can still see it if you look at the radar now. You can still see that bowing. But that bowing is a good indication of some pretty powerful winds out ahead of that particular cell. So very interesting to be a part of that here today and watch that develop all morning from Sumter all the way up 95. I paralleled it all the way up 95 and followed it the whole way. So it was a lot of fun to watch that particular storm develop. But now we are heading back towards the 95 corridor. There will be, looks like that particular cell kind of shifted its course there a little bit more to the north rather than the northeast. Still traveling northeast, but it's not going as far east as it was earlier. It looked like it was going to head towards Dillon, but now has kind of shifted and is working its way more towards the south end of Bennettville at this point. But we're not done yet. We're going to keep tracking some storms here. There's another line coming, some discrete cells forming here below Florence, right around Timminsville. So we're going to pay attention to them here, and then eventually I'd like to be back in Carolina Forest by about 4, so we can start tracking storms coming for Carolina Forest later on today. So, but thank you everybody for joining me. So that line now is off to my left here again. It's been to my left all day. But it is now moving into and is severe warned, moving up into Laurinburg, Pembroke, St. Paul's, those areas, Fayetteville, now is severe warned as it is moving to the northeast. So we call it the leading edge before it became severe warned, but we are watching the tail end of that now, moving into Laurinburg and those parts to the northeast of Bennettsville. Trying to find a good view that we can view it to the east, or to my left, to the west here. But there's not a whole lot of good viewing around here. A lot of trees. So I'm going to try and get a little bit further west or east here. So that storm now is severe warned in North Carolina. So tracking, we watched it develop all the way from Santee, all the way north to Bennettsville and Cheraw, where we got into some pretty gusty winds there before it was severe warned here. Now that it's in towards the Lumberton, St. Paul, Fayetteville, Laurinburg areas. Laurinburg's just about out of it now, but all under severe thunderstorm warnings up in that area. So we were the first to see it before it became severe warned. I was the first to bring it to you guys. I'm going to stop here and take a picture of the storm. Am tracking this bottom edge. Looks like it's moving east right towards me. Take a look at that. Looks pretty good off to my right. Again, they're embedded towards the take cover here. This particular storm, so definitely somewhere that's for the Fayetteville, North Hill, even longer, but steadily. been intercepted in Bennettville. Pretty proud of myself on that. Moving into our So this is Brownsville. I'm going to update my scrolling ticker here. Winds are starting to pick up with this next cell moving in towards our area here. I'm right outside of a little place called Brownsville, just west of 95, in between Bennettsville and 95. Pretty ominous skies here. It's beautiful. The storms are trying to build here, ladies and gentlemen. We just went through one good one. Man, the temperature's dropped. It was just 80, now it's 74 degrees. This line of storms is starting to move in out of Florence to the north here, northeast. About to hit our location here in a few minutes. And it looks like about the whole way back to Carolina Forest, we'll start seeing some storms wanting to pop up. I'm just kind of, if you're just tuning in, I'm just watching this line of storms moving into our area here just north of Florence. Small cell here, but watching it kind of get its act together a little bit as it's moving into our area. These little discrete storms are what can sometimes cause the most damage, is where you're getting, it's sucking all of the storm fuel in and keeping everything for itself. So there's always that possibility, if you're going to see a tornado, it would be one of these discrete supercells out ahead of the main line, sucking up a lot of that moisture and instability. So I'm just watching that here. I'm watching the sky above me here for any signs of any kind of rotation or anything like that. It's a part of this cell here moving as it's working its way into my area here. And again, I am just west of 95, in between Bennettville and 95. So not too far off of 95, a couple miles here. After we intercepted that cell there in Bennettville, that line of storms, if you didn't see the video yet, head over to our Facebook page and look at that video. It's pretty impressive with the winds. But I'm watching this next discrete cell here working in towards my area right now. As far as towards the beach, nothing going on right now towards the beach. Maybe a couple little pop-up showers are trying to start. There's one over Johnsonville, Pamplico, Lake City, moving northeast. But right now, all in all, looking pretty good there along the Grand Strand. So most of our major storm events here are happening right where I'm at now. Looks like that main line kind of ate up a bunch of the storm fuel and instability here for this particular cell, moving out of Florence now, coming towards my area and the Dillon area. They're really starting to kind of want to fall apart here a little bit. But overall, I'm happy being able to witness and be the first one to call out that Bennettville storm. I watched that all the way from Sumter all the way up, develop, and paralleled it for quite some time on 95. So pretty excited to be capturing that one. Those of you in we've got Smithfield, Goldsboro, Dunn, Fayetteville, Lumberton, all under severe thunderstorm warning right now. They did issue a severe thunderstorm watch for Jacksonville, New Bern, Greenville, Elizabeth City, Kitty Hawk, all those areas under severe thunderstorm watch. We are here where I'm at currently under a special weather statement. That's due to that large line that we intercepted in Bennettville. But right now, if you are in North Carolina, the Goldsboro, Clinton, Fayetteville, Dunn, Lumberton, St. Paul's, all of those areas under severe thunderstorm warnings at this current moment. And I apologize, I'm not posting out the warnings on Facebook. If you're not watching the stream, you're not seeing the warnings, so I apologize. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in here. We are watching a discrete cell that's working its way up through Florence right now, kind of starting to fall apart. I think the line of storms coming out in through Bennettville that we intercepted a little bit ago kind of has taken a little bit of the instability in storm fuel and kind of stabilized the environment a little bit. This storm seems to want to fall apart here coming out of Florence right now. It was looking good, but now starting to fall apart. But we did intercept that major line of storms that is now severe warned in North Carolina. So we got some good video of that as it was approaching us. We had a really good wide open shot of that storm working its way in. But now is severe warned in North Carolina, wreaking havoc up there. So far, no tornado warnings or anything like that, but definitely got some severe thunderstorm warnings in play there in North Carolina, just over the border north of me, where I'm at right now. So still watching this particular storm coming through Florence right now. Like I said, it has kind of broken up a little bit, but still worth watching here for another couple minutes before we head back to and towards Carolina Forest. I'd like to be back in that area by 4 to catch anything that might pop up and work its way towards there. I think for out in the Bennettville area, I think the severe risk is pretty much over here. There are some cells that are working northeast in towards the Columbia area, but I think we have that major line that just came through Bennettville probably destabilized the air enough in the atmosphere to say that the severe risk is probably over. But can't rule out a couple pop-up storms here and there. But we'll keep an eye on things here as time progresses. If you're just now joining me, I appreciate the support. Thank you for following along. I am just finished up intercepting a line of what is now a severe storm moving into North Carolina. We intercepted here in Bennettville about 40 minutes ago. Pretty gusty winds, heavy rain, and I was watching a small discrete cell moving through Florence that has kind of fallen apart. So I'm going to head back east towards Carolina Forest, and I want to be back in the Carolina Forest area around 4 p.m. so that way we can provide live coverage for anything that may develop and work its way towards the Grand Strand as well. So we're going to keep a close eye on things here as we are heading back towards Carolina Forest and the Grand Strand. But thank you, everybody, for tuning in here. Those storms that we watched come through Bennettville are now severe warned. We did intercept, I think, almost right before they decided to start issuing those severe warnings. We were there intercepting. I believe that what we intercepted should have probably been severe warned, but it wasn't at that current moment. But definitely an impressive storm moving through Bennettville about a half hour, 45 minutes ago. So very impressive storm. These storms now moving out of South Carolina, the severe warned storms through Lumberton, Elizabethtown, Clinton, Fayetteville, those areas all under severe thunderstorm warnings. That was that same line that we just intercepted in Bennettville a short time ago, now severe warned in North Carolina. We watched that storm grow from nothing to a severe thunderstorm. We followed it all the way up 95, paralleled the storm, intercepted there in Bennettville. So if you haven't seen that video of the interception there, it is posted to our Facebook page. So please go over and check it out. everybody, if you're just now joining us, we are heading back towards the Grand Strand here. Right now we are just east of 95 and heading east towards Marion right now. We just intercepted a line of strong storms in Bennettville. We've got a small discrete cell working its way towards us right now, just north of Florence here. Nothing major, a little bit of heavy rain associated with it, but definitely keeping an eye on it. I feel like that heavy line of storms really really stabilize the air and the environment here. So these storms are having a hard time getting going, especially these singular cells. These discrete cells are having a hard time finding the instability to get going here, but that's good news for the Bennettville, Dillon area, as they just experienced a pretty significant line of storms. So a lot of wind with that. If you haven't seen the video on Facebook, head over there and check it out. I posted a video of what we experienced in between Bennettville and Sherrall as that line was, we were intercepting that line coming through. So just now joining us, we are now under a severe thunderstorm watch, and that includes over to the coast. So Johnsonville, Myrtle Beach, all the way down to King Street, Pamplico, Marion, Mullins, all under severe thunderstorm watch here today. I'll get that posted out here in a few minutes as soon as I can find a safe place to pull over and get that posted out for y'all. I think everything west of Florence now is pretty much done with the severe risk. I would even probably include Bennettville, Sherrall in that as well. Clear of severe risk here today. I think that major line that came through really stabilized the air just enough that these discrete cells are going to have a hard time getting started and producing anything. So I think severe risk is going to be complete anywhere from west of Dillon, I believe. I am heading back towards Carolina Forest as we're about to start round 2 going into this afternoon of the potential for severe weather. Temperatures continue to increase as I get away from Bennettville. We dropped like 22 degrees in Bennettville during that line that came through. So pretty crazy intercept there of severe weather in Bennettville, even though it wasn't severe warned quite yet. Minutes after we intercepted in Bennettville, the National Weather Service issued a severe thunderstorm warning on that particular line. So I'm going to call it a severe storm intercept today. But I am heading back towards home to the Grand Strand for what could possibly be round 2 of severe weather here this afternoon for me. Now we are now under a severe thunderstorm watch, and that extends all the way down into Kingstree, Georgetown, all the way up into eastern North Carolina as well. Includes Myrtle Beach, North Myrtle Beach. So be prepared for potential severe weather this afternoon. Temperatures are continuing to increase as I head east. So that means there's enough instability in the air here to produce severe thunderstorms, just like we saw in Bennettville here. So don't be caught with your pants down here today with potential severe weather this afternoon. So as soon as I can get to a safe place here, I'm going to pull over and I'll get that severe thunderstorm watch posted out for you guys. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us. I'm pulled over here. Wanted to post out. We are now under a severe thunderstorm watch through the early evening hours today. Here, just posted that out, so you guys should see that here on social media relatively quickly. But I just intercepted a line of storms in Bennettville a short time ago, and am following some cells working out of that was a big gust of wind there. Following some storms working up through the Augusta area into Walterboro. There's a pretty decent line of storms moving through Springfield, Furman, Estill, Luray, Hampton, working into South Carolina here. That is what looks like is going to head towards Moncks Corner and then eventually into the Grand Strand. So we're keeping an eye on that. So I am heading back to the Grand Strand here for what looks like could be round 2 of severe weather here today, as they just issued that severe thunderstorm watch for our area. So I'm going to head home and provide radar coverage and see what the skies look like for this evening. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. I'm heading back towards the Grand Strand here for what looks like could be round 2 of severe weather here. Thunderstorms, rain, gusty winds this afternoon. We just intercepted a severe thunderstorm line of severe thunderstorms in Bennettville. We followed all morning and paralleled that storm all the way up 95 and then intercepted in Bennettville. So I'm heading back towards the beach right now to get ready for what could be round 2 of severe weather this afternoon. We are now under a severe thunderstorm watch for the Grand Strand, extending all the way to Georgetown as well. So we're going to keep a close eye on the weather here this afternoon. There are a few pop-up discrete storms, showers and storms that are developing. One's developing over top of Conway right now, so we will keep a close eye on those for future development here as we head back towards Conway and back to the beach. So I want to thank you guys for your support here. The threat for Florence and West, I think, is over. The severe threat is over for today. I believe that strong line that came through Bennettsville was enough to stabilize the air and keep those additional discrete cells from forming into anything severe. but we will keep a close eye on that area as well for you guys. But it's time for me to head back towards the Grand Strand to get ready for what could be round 2 of severe weather today. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. We are heading back to Carolina for what could be round 2 of severe weather here this afternoon. We intercepted a strong line of severe storms over there in Bennettville before they were severe warned. Could have been, probably should have been severe warned for Bennettville, but they were not at that time. But we did intercept that. I am heading back. We are now under a severe thunderstorm watch, extending all the way to Georgetown and out to places like Lake City, Timmonsville, Florence. I think if you're west of Florence, you are safe from the severe threat today. That large line of severe storms did stabilize the air probably just enough that your severe threat's probably over for that portion, but can't rule out a few thunderstorms later on as that cold front starts approaching. But I am heading back to the beach for possibly round 2 of severe weather here today. We're going to keep a close eye on things. There's a lot of storm cells working out of Georgia towards the Moncks Corner area, which is where we're probably going to get most of our storms from. So I am tracking those and heading back towards Carolina Forest right now and the Conway area. I'm currently in Marion, so heading back that way now to be home around 4:15, somewhere around there, to start tracking for this evening's storms. So thank you for your support. Thank you for joining us. I hope that any of you that are watching were along when we intercepted that line of storms in Bennettville. It was pretty impressive to to watch. If you missed it, there is a video on our Facebook page. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in here to the live stream. We are covering potential severe weather here. Coming in, this is going to be probably round 2 here, most likely this afternoon. Just got done intercepting a line of severe storms up in Bennettville, between Bennettville and Strand. Got to experience that. We followed that storm parallel all the way up 95 from Sumter to Bennettville, where it finally materialized and gave us quite a show. But we are heading back to Myrtle Beach now. A severe thunderstorm watch extending from Florence all the way to the coast down to Georgetown and up the North Carolina coast as well. So right now we are looking pretty good here in Conway, just outside of Conway right now. Turning on all my warnings here. Right now, severe thunderstorm warnings in place for North Carolina and Georgia. Lenoir, Greene, Wayne, Duplin, and Jones County in North Carolina under a considerable damage threat for another 52 minutes. That is most likely going to be off. That is off the same line that we intercepted in Bennettville. So now North Carolina, Goldsboro, LaGrange, Seven Springs, Snow Hill, Kingston, all of those areas under that considerable 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts or stronger associated with that line of storms. And that was the line of storms that we intercepted in Bennettville just a short time ago. So continuing to watch those severe storms, as well as the severe threat that is looking to take place here this afternoon along the Grand Strand, with that severe thunderstorm watch in place until 6 hours from now. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in here. We are heading back here to the Carolina Forest area, getting ready for round 2 of what could be severe weather here. We intercepted a storm out there in Bennettville, which then eventually created quite a bit of damage up in the North Carolina area. We are heading back now. We're going to do a radar feed here. We're going to get our wits about us here and figure out. I am watching a line of showers and storms developing here, looking to increase in strength here a little bit as it reaches about the Moncks Corner area. I think if any severe risk that we're going to have tonight, it's going to be that line of storms coming out of Moncks Corner later. So we're going to get ready for that. We are under a severe thunderstorm watch, and I will go over that here in a few minutes in the studio and discuss that with you guys. But we're going to continue to watch this. After the main severe threat's over, we will be seeing that more widespread rain move into the area, which is something we desperately need. So continuing to watch this line of showers and storms that is developing and kind of wanting to try and get its act together. And I think as it works up into the area and gets into more of that instability, we are going to see that line probably progress. Maybe not too severe, but definitely can't rule that out. So this is still developing. It's working its way northeast, about into Moncks Corner here in the next half hour, 45 minutes or so, and then eventually probably up into our area if it can stay together. So we're going to keep an eye on it and track that the entire way through. But I wanted to make sure I was back in Carolina Forest by 4. I made my goal here, so we're going to hop over to round 2 of severe weather here today and track it right here at home. So stick with me. I will be back in the studio here if I can ever get through these 7-8 minute long lights and be able to start tracking this other line working through. I can see it on my radar here, but I don't have it up for you guys to see just yet. So that'll be probably in the next 15-20 minutes. We'll have an update on that. So I will keep you guys updated. As always, you stay safe, and I'll make sure you stay aware. All right, everybody. So we are watching currently a severe thunderstorm warning here. This is down near Manning. This includes areas like Santee, Somerton, Manning, Pinewood, Paxville, Cameron, Holly Hill, Utahville, and so on and so forth up to Turbyville. But I'm also watching for the Carolina Forest area. We've got this line of storms here working its way in towards the Conway area currently at the moment. So we're looking probably about 15-20 minutes here before this storm is in between Conway and Carolina Forest area. Looking like we can bring up the inspection. Pretty heavy rain here. A solid area of very heavy rain here towards the center of this storm here, working into that portion of it will end up in the Carolina Forest area here over the next probably about 20 minutes, 15-20 minutes. But we are continuing to watch this line of storms moving through Clio, Blenheim, and into the Dillon area, as well as Marion's going to be on the bottom edge of that. Just went through Florence. So we're continuing to watch that as well. That does have a special weather statement that is scrolling on the screen, as well as the severe thunderstorm warning for Manning, Somerton, Santee, those areas is scrolling on the screen as well. So we are continuing to watch these areas. As far as that severe thunderstorm warning, what can we expect to see from that? We're looking at quarter-inch hail, up to 60+ mile-an-hour winds, and very, very heavy rains. So we want to pay close attention to those areas as well. So we are going to keep watching this here as the storm rolls into the Carolina Forest area as well. Yeah, that's what we came home for here today, to watch these specific cells as they move in towards Carolina Forest this evening. So as far as severe threat goes, I think this is going to be the greatest chance here. This storm has been kind of developing over the past 45 minutes to an hour or so. So we're continuing to watch that as it rolls in through here into the Carolina Forest area, but not taking our eyes off of the severe thunderstorm warning or the special weather statement in the Florence area, moving into eventually into the Lumberton, Fairmont area of North Carolina as well. So nothing severe warned on that system yet, which is pretty surprising given the amount of wind. But I think this is going to be a scenario like we saw earlier today when I caught that system and that storm that came through the Bennettville area today, and a lot of very heavy wind and rain out ahead of it, along with that line, but did not go severe warned until it crossed over into North Carolina. So North Carolina must be the sweet spot there for those storms. But this line coming through the into the Carolina Forest area could be packing a little bit of wind out ahead of it as well. Starting to see a little bit of the characteristics here of that bowing of that line. So keeping a close eye on that. Just over the last like 15 minutes or so, that bow has kind of hooked out a little bit more. So we're going to keep a close eye on that as well. But right now, all is well right here in the Carolina Forest area. Starting to see those clouds roll in here with this storm, and we're going to keep close eye on things. No lightning associated with this line, particularly as of yet. So hopefully the risk is low here with this particular line, and it'll just be a good soaking rain moving in. We can go over here and check out this severe thunderstorm warning here and dive into that. Let me switch over to the Charleston radar. I think I'll be able to see a little bit better on the... So what I think we're seeing here is a lot of the heavier winds here. See that wind line there? There's these brighter reds and yellows. So we're seeing some pretty decent winds there in that area. Looks 70 mile an hour, 60, 62, up into the 70s. We could see some 70-mile-an-hour gusts associated with particular that particular line there. So that's what they issued that severe thunderstorm warning for, was particularly for the winds associated with that line. So we're continuing to watch that as it moves northeast towards Manning here. Manning will be in that here relatively soon. You can see that hook that on the radar that let me see if I can draw that a little bit better. You see how that kind of bows out, that bow echo there. That's going to be your winds. So very damaging winds associated with that line here, moving in towards the Manning area here in the next couple minutes. So we're going to continue to watch that particular line. Just move over here to the Myrtle Beach radar here now that I can see a little bit closer here. That bow echo on that line moving into North Carolina now through Dillon has kind of gone away here just slightly. They still have some good frontal winds up here along the top leading edge of that right now, but it looks like for the most part that wind has died down coming in towards Dillon. We can pull up velocity here and see. Still some pretty decent winds going out over. We can inspect that 30-40 mile an hour winds coming into the Pembroke area as well. So pretty decent winds there with that down near Dillon. Not looking to be too terrible here out along the front of that line coming in, but definitely something to keep an eye on here as that line moves in. Conway, you should be seeing rain by now. Carolina Forest will see rain here probably in the next 15 minutes or so. We can measure that out. Sorry, let me go a little bit. We'll go here. Carolina Forest broke about 11 minutes, so about 10-15 minutes here for the Carolina Forest area. We should start seeing some of that rain moving into the area as well. So it looks to be here, the main threat here is going to be very heavy rains with this line here coming into the Conway, Carolina Forest area at the current moment. So a couple more minutes there and we will see rain moving in. Now let's hop back over to this particular severe thunderstorm warning. Manning's about into in a couple minutes here. They're going to start seeing, you could see wind gusts in excess of 70 miles per hour with this particular line moving into Manning. So if you're in the Manning area or surrounding areas, Somerton's already through it. Alculu, if I'm saying that right, Turbyville, Atlanta, even stretching up into Lake City could probably see some of this here in a short time from now here, probably about a half an hour, 45 minutes. Lake City could be in that as well. Kingstree definitely probably going to see some effects of this severe thunderstorm that is warned here right now. So I'm going to update the special weather statement here. And get that back out to you guys so that way everything is correct there. Yeah, that special weather statement has been updated there for you guys. And thanks to Facebook, they ended our stream, so hopefully people are viewing this on YouTube here right now. And this is why I push everybody to get over to YouTube and subscribe to our channel and hit the bell button to receive alerts when we do go live, because Facebook does not like long lives. So they don't like when people stream for more than about 8 hours or so. So they're not very fancy about that. But we are still here live on YouTube at the current moment. So if anybody, if you have friends that need to be watching right now, especially in the Conway, Carolina Forest area, please send them over to the YouTube page to follow along here, the YouTube channel, and to have them subscribe and hit that bell button. And I did share that out on Facebook here, so hopefully people on Facebook, it looks like people are following here to see what's going on. So hopefully people have gotten over here to the YouTube to view what is going on right now. We're continuing to follow this severe thunderstorm warning, as well as this line of showers and storms moving into and towards the Carolina Forest area. Conway should be seeing pretty heavy rain right now as this line is moving and working its way through the Conway area. Carolina Forest here in the next about 10-15 minutes. We'll start seeing some of this rain as well. Red Hill's going to be in that rain here very shortly here, so keeping a close eye on this particular cell here. Overall, nothing too bad out there for us right now, except for this severe thunderstorm warning that is in place for areas like Manning, Somerton, Turbyville. Atlanta is moving up in that area. Kingstree could probably see some of those winds as well. So we are watching those two areas right now. Carolina Forest and Loris is probably packing a little bit of wind here with that out ahead. So don't be disappointed if you see some wind here. That's definitely coming. So be ready for that here in Conway and Carolina Forest. Maybe a little bit of wind, nothing too crazy associated with that out ahead. So we will be definitely keeping an eye on things here as we go along. That's definitely coming, so be ready for that here in Conway and Carolina Forest. All right, so Manning is still under that severe thunderstorm warning. So still active severe thunderstorm warning here for Manning. That line of storms moving through Dillon right now. Still pretty heavy, very, very heavy rain associated with that. Probably some winds here out ahead as well. Could be damaging wind gusts there. Never don't rule out a damaging wind gust there just because this is not severe warned. This is under a special weather statement, so it's just not quite there as far as severe thunderstorms go, but definitely some winds out in front there that could be damaging, so don't rule out a damaging wind gust or two in that area. Down here in Manning, we are watching this severe thunderstorm warning. Continuing here, this particular cell is moving northeast. We can see if they have current speed here for that. Moving east at 60 miles per hour. So due east, that particular cell is moving due east at 60 miles per hour. We are watching some more cells here moving out of and through the Monk's Corner area, moving northeast towards the Myrtle Beach area as well. We'll probably keep an eye on them here over the next hour or so to see what they actually can build up to be here. Overall, nothing severe here in these portions, including over to the Grand Strand, but we can't rule out the fact that we could see a damaging wind gust or two associated with any one of these cells, especially this cell that's moving into Loris and then down into the Carolina Forest area currently right now. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning now, that that line moving into the North Carolina here, Pembroke, Lumberton, has now been issued a severe thunderstorm warning. So we're going to get that put out on social media here. That is close enough here that we can get that out. So we'll put that out on social media. So if you're in the Lumberton area, Fairmont, Raynham, Roland, Pembroke, Bladenboro, Elizabethtown, Tar Heel, and St. Paul's, you are now under a severe thunderstorm warning with a storm moving to the east very quickly here coming your way. It looks like we have a little bit of hail associated with that particular line as well. So you need to be in a safe place indoors at the current moment. And not too long from now, Lumberton will be seeing this severe thunderstorm now issued. I'll get this severe thunderstorm warning out to you guys here as quickly as possible. All right, so that severe thunderstorm warning post is out on social media, so feel free to share that out to people who might need it, who can't watch the stream here. Currently, Facebook is being really dumb here. They don't allow streams over 8 hours. We hit that 8-hour mark, so we are here on YouTube. This is why I push everybody to come to YouTube to follow along with our streams because Facebook is a butt when it comes to long streams. Even though we're trying to keep the public informed, they don't really care. They could care less. I'm going to update the severe thunderstorm. So we've got 2 severe thunderstorm warnings going on right now. One for Manning, and then we've got one up here coming out of Dillon in Bennettville, Dillon area into Lumberton. So same scenario as we've seen earlier today when we intercepted that storm up in Bennettville. Waited till it got across into North Carolina, and they issued the severe thunderstorm warning on it. Not sure what it is about North Carolina, but definitely they like that severe thunderstorm warnings as soon as the storms reach the state line, it appears. So, but coming back in here, Carolina Forest, checking in on Conway. A little bit of rain moving into the Carolina Forest area here over the next couple minutes. The rain is currently sitting out near Bucksville. This very small little tip of it is what's going to be heading towards the Carolina Forest area and over the next 10-15 minutes. We do have a special weather statement here for that storm moving out of the Manning area. We're going to copy that and add that in here to the stream. But overall, not a whole lot. So that new special weather statement is out here for this special weather statement covers areas like Kingstree, Stuckey, Greenleeville, Lane, and some areas in between here, Highway 521, 527, 52, and 261 up into Indiantown. Those small little areas here, Cades as well, Brockton, and Woodcliff Acres, Kingstree, those areas all under a special weather statement here. And that is associated with this severe thunderstorm warning out in Manning right now. So we're keeping an eye on that particular line of storms as it is moving to the east northeast. All right, so we're going to continue here to watch what is going on here with these storms. The Carolina Forest here, that storm is now moving through and past Conway up towards the Longs Loris area. Currently, right now, has not intensified anymore at all, but we are continuing to watch. I am watching particularly this area down here southeast of Kingstree. Just about to a little bit west of Georgetown, watching that particular line as it is moving. We can turn on our storm tracks here and see what that looks like here. So that particular line there is looking to be moving up and going to be a little bit west of Conway in about 40 minutes here. So a little bit west of Conway in roughly about 40 minutes. All right, so we did see a little bit of rotation up here associated with that Pembroke storm just a little bit ago. I'm not seeing anything now, but definitely keeping an eye on that here as that cell moves northeast or pretty much north. That is northeast at 54 miles per hour. So if you're in the Lumberton, uh, St. Paul's, Roseboro area, you need to be in a safe place here. As the radar is our radar here is indicating some rotation on that as well. So want to keep a close eye on that. So far, as of right now, the severe thunderstorm warning has not been continued. That'll probably be allowed to expire. However, we do have the special weather statements in place here for areas like Kingstree, Pamplico, Cemetery, Marion, Mullins, and Lake City as well. Johnsonville's included in that. Hemingway's right on the edge of that as well. So keeping an eye on that as these cells kind of move to the north. Now, we do have that special weather statement. I'm pretty sure does include this Kingstree one, does include this particular cell right here moving northeast towards the Conway area. So that we want to be keeping a close eye on that as well. So things are starting to ramp up here a little bit as this line is getting a little bit closer to the Grand Strand area. So we're going to keep a close eye on things as we move forward here. think that Manning severe thunderstorm warning will probably be allowed to expire here in about 6 minutes. They'll let that kind of die out. I don't think that they'll continue that in Fort Kingstree, Lake City area, but definitely going to continue those special weather statements here. This one here, this particular one expires in 5 minutes. That includes Lake City, Pamplico, Marion, Mullins, and that's going to be a lot to do with this particular line right here, moving now into Lumberton and into the North Carolina area. So we'll let our friends in North Carolina handle that one, but we're going to continue to monitor these remaining cells here throughout this area right here as this storm is continuing to move to the northeast, and these cells are firing off one by one here as we move up the east portion of South Carolina into the Grand Strand area, Georgetown, and areas between Florence and the beach here. So take a look around the eastern coast here. Still severe thunderstorm warnings in McIntosh, Georgia, Long, Georgia, Liberty, Georgia, Clarendon, South Carolina, Sumter, Florence, and Orangeburg counties for that severe thunderstorm warning here in South Carolina. Bladen, North Carolina, and Robeson County, North Carolina for that severe thunderstorm warning up north here. And that is associated with this line. They just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning extension here, moving for areas like Fayetteville, Hope Mills, Stedman, Roseboro, Clinton, Turkey, and Garland associated with that particular line as well. So that line is moving into those areas. If you're in Clinton, Fayetteville, Hope Mills, you need to be in a safe place. Elizabethtown, all of you guys need to be in a safe place. Tar Heel, St. Paul's, Salemburg, Turkey, Garland. Let's get some other little areas. Clinton, Autryville, Stedman. All of you guys need to be in a safe place. This is packing 70 plus mile an hour winds, most likely 60 at least. So we want to keep an eye on that. So we've got that severe thunderstorm warning as well. As far as Carolina Forest goes here, we are clear for now. We have some scattered showers that are going to be moving in here, but we are watching this particular line of storms here down just west of Georgetown, moving in towards Conway and Carolina Forest. So this cell's kind of been all over the place. A little bit ago it was tracking more towards the Carolina Forest area, but now has since kind of gone this way. So these cells do kind of move directions a little bit here as they move. So we're going to keep an eye on that here. Nothing severe warned on this side of these cells. So we got about another minute on that severe thunderstorm warning. Says tornado possible, wind 60 miles per hour. And that is moving into the King Street area right now. But that hook, that bowing of that has actually decreased substantially here. So we'll probably see that severe thunderstorm warning expire and not be continued. All right, so that severe thunderstorm warning has expired. So we don't have to worry about that anymore here. That is gone, but we are still dealing with these special weather statements here. One for Kingstree. We can see what that is looking like. And still that special weather statement for the Marion, and they have extended that over into the Longs area as well. So we'll update both of those. A lot of lightning associated with that storm there, moving through just north of the Lumberton and in between St. Paul's and Lumberton right now. Pretty decent amount of lightning there. Give me 1 minute here. I'm going to step away really quick. All right, I am back here. I had to step away for just a few minutes there, but let's get caught up here. So we are watching we still have that special weather statement in place here for this particular cell moving through Kingstree, and this other cell moving out of Trio and towards Nesmith right now. So that is eventually going to be on the west portions of Conway. We do have a couple little individual cells making their way towards the Myrtle Beach area, in between the coast and just off the coast there. So we're going to keep a close eye on those as they keep moving northeast here. These cells are really bouncing around all over the place here. So changing directions pretty quick. This other one here, we do have a new little cell here that has just formed, is moving towards in between Conway and the Carolina Forest area. So we're going to see a little bit of rain here moving in relatively soon, but as of this time, nothing severe for South Carolina at the current moment. Everything's North Carolina and Georgia at the current moment. So the only places we have severe thunderstorm warnings. The severe thunderstorm warning for Manning was allowed to expire, and the severe thunderstorm warning for the Lumberton area has expired as well, but that has since moved up just a little bit further towards St. Paul's, Tar Heel, Fayetteville, Hope Mills, Salemburg, Clinton, North Carolina are all under that severe thunderstorm warning. Let's take a peek here. I'm trying diligently here to keep up with comments and questions on posts and things like that, as well as the YouTube feed here. But it's a lot harder than people think. Everything seems to be calming down here as far as anything severe goes. But this line is super impressive up here in North Carolina. Even seeing some hail breaking out in certain areas here. We've got some hail there, some hail there. Really starting to take shape here as it moves east-northeast towards the Clinton, Salem, Fayetteville area, Roseboro, Tar Heel, those areas all still under severe thunderstorm warning in North Carolina. Right now, South Carolina here, nothing as far as Carolina Forest goes. That whole line really broke up up in here. It's really died down here, so not a whole lot going on there. We do have some little bit heavier showers moving into the area here over the next probably 30-40 minutes or so, but nothing in the way of what anything looks to be severe. We can come down here and check out the Charleston area radar. Do see a little cell here, Monk's Corner, but other than that, nothing severe moving towards this area that looks crazy. Just some pretty heavy showers and storms there, nothing severe. The good news is everything seems that's moving towards the Conway, Myrtle Beach, Carolina Forest area is all kind of breaking up and really, really losing any kind of strength as it is moving into the area. So, which is a good thing, meaning that the atmosphere has kind of um, become very stable. So we're getting gaining some stability here in the atmosphere, keeping these storms from being and reaching the severe level, which is a good thing for the safety of the people that live here. So, but you just never know. This time of year, typically it's hard to get those extremely severe storms here in right up on the coast, as close as we are. You can see, the storms tend to be a little bit more severe as you get a little bit further inland, like Fayetteville, Lumberton area. Those storms always seem to ramp up when you get up into this area. Those storms really start to ramp up and that's because they're able to capture a little bit more of that instability. Whereas down here along the coast, we get a lot of that onshore flow from the Atlantic, keeping the atmosphere a little bit more stable here, and keeping those storms at bay just a little bit longer than they would be, say, up here in North Carolina. So, and that seems to be the case again today. But as we move towards the summer, that kind of goes away, and we start to see a little bit more of that instability start to settle in just a little bit closer to the coast, causing some of those severe storms that we see in the Conway, Carolina forest area so often. So summer is coming quick. We're not too far away. Still watching those storms here associated with that uh, special weather statement here for the Kingstree area. That will probably that'll expire in about 4 minutes. They'll probably let that expire. I don't foresee them continuing that. Everything looks to be pretty kosher with that particular storm as well right now. So really not seeing anything major with that on the heavier, just some very heavy rain at this point. So I think they'll let that expire as well. Still that special weather statement up here for the Mullins area, Ketchup Town, Tabor City, Loris. Loris may see some of those winds here moving into the area here. We can time that out here. Let's see what this is moving at. 55 miles per hour northeast. So we can check out here for Loris. So Loris, about 25 minutes, you'll probably see some of that little bit gustier winds associated with that line. That is the bottom edge of that line. Moving down into your area. So not too long from now, about 25 minutes for Loris. Tabor City, same thing. And Green Sea as well. But I'm watching that Kingstree special weather statement will probably expire here relatively soon. Don't think they're going to extend that up into Johnsonville. Lake City's already almost through it. So don't foresee that sticking any very much longer. If they were to extend that special weather statement, that particular cell looking to move Johnsonville out to Aner. Aner would be somewhere around 9 o'clock and eventually up towards Loris around 9:07. So moving pretty quick, 55 miles per hour. But if they were to extend that That's about where that particular cell itself would be um, over the next half hour or so. So we'll watch that cell there. Am watching this particular cell here moving towards the Carolina Forest area as well. They did allow that special weather statement to expire, so not looking to talk about that one any further here, but I am watching this cell moving towards between Conway and Carolina Forest here. That particular cell will be into the Carolina Forest between Conway and Carolina Forest about 8:43, so about another 13 minutes. And then you've also got this little bit of rain moving into the Carolina Forest area here in about 4 minutes, 3 minutes. Again, nothing severe with any of these, but we are keeping a close eye on it. And after that, the closest line of storms is going to be down here just east of Monk's Corner and over top of Monk's Corner. Those are the closest next cells moving into towards the Myrtle Beach area. I think anything to do with severe weather, I think our risk is pretty much done here for today with the severe weather risk as far as that goes. But as always, I will continue to watch and monitor things. I will keep the radar up here for quite some time. As soon as this particular little cell works through the Carolina Forest area, we will be in the clear here for a little while. We do have this Bono Beach cell tracking up towards the Conway area. But other than that, that's pretty much it. 54 miles per hour. So if we were to track that into Conway here, we'd be looking a lot of area there. 74 minutes, so a little over an hour. This is much needed heavy rain right here that we need for the Carolina Forest area. So any rain that we can get is wonderful. Yeah, we'll hop up here. There's a flash of lightning just outside my window here a couple seconds ago. We'll hop up here and check out this special weather statement for the Ketchup Town, Green Sea, Tabor City, Loris area. Looks to be that will probably be allowed to expire at least to the North Carolina line here relatively soon as well. That one actually expires in 26 minutes, but I'm sure they'll bump that up to the North Carolina line as well. So not too much to worry about there, unless you're in Loris, Long's Loris area. Not even Long's, just Loris, Green Sea, Tabor City. Could see a damaging wind gust or two from that particular line here as it moves through your area. And again, that severe thunderstorm watch is out till 10 p.m. tonight. So we do have that severe thunderstorm watch to 10 p.m. So Carolina Forest could be looking at some pretty heavy rain here in the next few minutes. Now moving through Forest Brook, Socastee area, and eventually into the Carolina Forest area. Mostly looking to be east of Highway 31. Most of that rain is going to be east. We do have a little area here of heavier rain that will affect the actual Carolina Forest area relatively soon. But most of the area will be starting to see some of this heavier rain move in. A lot of this is going to be just pretty steady rain, more widespread rain here as we move into the evening and into the overnight hours. But nothing severe. I think our severe threat is pretty much pretty close to over here. By the looks of things. Been a very long day.
Well, I think that's just going to about do it here. That special weather statement will probably be allowed to stretch up to about the North Carolina line, North Carolina, South Carolina line. But I think what we're going to do here is we're going to keep the radar stream running. If anything changes, I will definitely be back to sit down with you guys and talk about it, give you some uh, analyzing here of the radar. But right now, it looks to be just some heavier showers going to be working their way through here into the evening and overnight hours. And then eventually by the morning, we'll be clear. So I look forward to watching this for you guys here. But we're going to have the radar stream running probably till about 10 o'clock or so, and then we'll shut that down for the evening. But severe threat is pretty much over at the current moment, so we will just continue to monitor things as we go throughout the evening and into the overnight hours. So I appreciate you guys following along here today. Until next time, you stay safe, and I'll make sure you stay aware.